कहीं ये लोग चेहरे को गोरा करने के लिए और चेहरे की
Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 et seq of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Silas Grant, present.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 9 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party and to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, it's show cause hearing status, case number 24 CMP 00052, Kiddit's Lounge, license number 11936. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Betsy McMullen, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Miss McMullen, and welcome. I've not had the pleasure. So can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Good morning, Chairperson Anderson. This is Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, BETSY MCMULLEN.
Good morning, ma'am. I see that the licensee is not here, but at show cause hearing status, there's no requirement that the licensee be present. This matter then it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 9th at 10:30 a.m. I would also want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side and also provide a copy to ABCA legal, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side on relying on documents that were not previously disclosed. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that case, All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 CMP 00070, Tacoma Park Liquors, license number 19598. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
I believe it's canceled.
Maybe I missed it this morning, so hold on a minute, please. Let me make sure that, yeah, it is. This case has been canceled because an offer in compromise has been provided to the board for its review and consideration. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00078, Caesar Sports Book, license number 117580. Please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, sir.
Sure. Manale Mahmood, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Mahmood, thank you. All right. Good morning, Ms. McMullen. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair. Manal
Oh,
Mahmood.
all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
Manal Mahmood with Malios O'Brien Sandground, MANALLE
Ms. McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record, ma'am?
Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, BETSY MCMULLEN.
Good morning. Are there any, Ms. McMullen, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Chairperson Anderson, we have an offer in compromise that is under our review process right now that hopefully we can all agree on.
Well, thank you. All right, if this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 2nd at 1:30 p.m. Again, I want to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either party to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side, and also to provide ABCA a copy of those disclosures, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions by either side?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Have a great day. The next case in our calendar is case number 24-251-00035, Power Nightclub Lounge Restaurant, license number 104228. And there is also case number 24-251-00038, Power Nightclub Lounge Restaurant, license number 104228. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in that case?
Sure thing. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good morning, Ms. McMullen. This is for case number 24-251-00035. Can you identify yourself for the record, ma'am?
Yes, good morning. Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, BETSY, MCMULLEN.
Good morning, Mr. Mixon.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. As a preliminary matter, I have to clarify that our firm is only retained by the licensee with respect to 24-251-00038 and not
Okay.
35.
All right, so I will drop you from, so the case I'm calling is now case number 24-251-00035, Power Nightclub. Miss, the licensee is not here for this case. So this case then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 2nd, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. I just want to advise the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing to the other party and also to ABCA legal, the board is empowered to provide that side from relying on those documents and witnesses. So that is case number 24-251-0035. The licensee failed to appear for this case, but as I've stated before, I've stated previously, for show cause hearing status, there is no requirement that the licensee appear at the hearing. Okay, thank you. The next case that I'm calling then is case number 24-251-00038, Power Nightclub Restaurant, license number 104228. Miss McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, BETSY, MCMULLEN.
Mr. Mixon, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Cameron Mixon, CAMERONMIXON, counsel for the respondent.
Good morning. Ms. McMullen, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Chairperson.
All right, fine. All right, this case then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 9th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. Again, would like to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side and also to ABCA legal, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days previously. Thank you very much. Have a great day, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. All right, thanks. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number, with a show cause hearing, case number 24 CMP 00068, 1831 Bar Lounge, license number 116855. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
I'm seeing it as rescheduled.
All right, I believe that I'm not following my own. Hold on, thank you. Either I wasn't paying attention this morning or the information was provided to me. Give me a minute, please, because I don't have the date for. Just give me a minute. I need to, if this case is rescheduled, I need to get the new date. Yes, this case is rescheduled, and I will. All right, so case number 24 CMP 0006818, third one Bar Lounge, license number 116855. This case has been rescheduled. The new date is April 23rd at 10:30 a.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 ULC 00049. It's on Peace in the Air, unlicensed cannabis retailer. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 19th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 ULC 00047, Happy Bud. This again unlicensed cannabis retailer. This hearing has been canceled. See board order number 2025-091. And that's the end of our calendar for the morning. So let us now do our agenda items. So the first matter, so let's now do our legal agenda. And there's one item on our legal agenda this morning, which is a review of Sheldon Rep and Group of 5 memorandum to republish Total Wine's public notice. This is Total Wine and More, license number 130474, and this is regarding to 24 PRO 00017. This is an FYI for the board. Now let's move to our legal agenda alcohol addendum. The first matter on this addendum, it's a review of an offer in compromise for Noti 824. This is for case number 24 CIT 00585. The license number is 105176. And the offer in compromise for Noti 824 is as follows. Charge 1, failed to file the required quarterly statement second quarter of 2024, DC Code Section 25113B2A. There's a fine of $250 payable within 30 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended until the payment has been received. I make a motion that we approve this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant to second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter on this addendum, it's a review of an offer in compromise. This is for Tacoma Park Liquors. This is for case number 24 CMP 019598, and the license number for Tacoma Park Liquors is 019598. And I believe that is incorrect. So this is for case Tacoma Park Liquor, this is case number 24 CMP 00070, and the license number is 019598. So the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1. Violated Ward 4 moratorium by dividing a manufacturer's package of 70-ounce or less cans and exposing individual cans for sale. Statutory authority 25-341.01B. There is a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been made. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. The next case on our calendar is review of an offer in compromise. This is for Rose's Queen Liquors. This is for case number 24CC 00024. The license number is 60822. The offer in compromise for this case is as follows. Charge 1, sold alcoholic beverage to a person 21 years of age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781. There is a fine of $3,000 paid within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Number 2, suspension. The license shall be suspended for 10 days with 6 days stayed for 1 year and 4 days stayed. The 4 days to be served and 4 days to be served. And the 4 days to be served are April 20th through April 24, 2025. Other term, all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment shall complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the date of the approval of the OIC. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, is a review of a consent order, cease and desist. This is in Dreams Wellness. I make a motion that the consent order be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next case on our calendar, it's review of an offer in compromise. This is for Ganja Pharma DC, case number 25 ULC 0010, unlicensed establishment. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products and agrees to not offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online cannabis or cannabis products, including hemp and CBD, without a license or entheogenic mushrooms. 2, remediation, to remediate the sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred at the business. Respondent will remove any signs that advertise sale of cannabis, cannabis products, or entheogeny, ENTHEOGEN, mushrooms or signs that advertise Ganja Farmer DC. Respondent will only operate as a print shop and Ethiopian festival organizer. Respondent has removed the Ganja Farm. So the respondent has removed the THEGANGAFARMERDC.com website and shall not reactivate the website or create any website selling cannabis products, or entheogenic mushrooms without a medical cannabis license, retail license number 3 inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public, and to verify that the business is not selling cannabis products without a license. Number 4, return of keys. ABCA shall make the keys to the premise available to respondent for pickup at its office or at another mutually agreed upon date, time, and location upon approval of the OIC by the board. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter on our calendar is a review of the agenda. It's a review of a settlement agreement, the Family Tree LLC, license number 1278855. I make a motion that we approve this settlement agreement with modifications. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis addendum. The first matter on this addendum is a review of an offer in compromise, French Smoke Shop, unlicensed establishment. And this is the regarding the landlord, and the OIC terms are: the landlord affirms that the unlicensed establishment has permanently vacated the premises as evidenced by Exhibit A. Number 2, a landlord acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any property owned by the unlicensed establishment that remains in the premises and over which the unlicensed establishment has a legal right of return. Number 3, landlord agrees to not lease the premises to any unlicensed cannabis distributor or at any time in the future. Number 4, landlord agrees to notify ABCA when it has leased the premises to a new tenant and to provide all identifying information necessary regarding the new tenant, including the name of the business and owner. Number 5, ABCA shall make the keys to the premises available to landlord for pickup at its offices or at another mutually agreed upon date and time. I therefore make a motion that this offer in compromise regarding the landlord is approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call Vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We also have an OIC for this same case, case number 24 ULC 00061. This is now an OIC as far as the per the respondent. And the OIC for the respondent is as follows. The respondent agrees to vacate the premises. Number 2, respondent affirms that it has ceased all unlicensed cannabis sale on the premises and online. Number 3, respondent agrees to not sell cannabis and cannabis products at the premise, online, or at any other location, District of Columbia, without a medical cannabis retail license. Number 4, respondent is not precluded from proceeding with any pending medical cannabis license, retail license application, but the summary closure may be considered by the board pursuant to 22-C DCMR section 5400.1A. Number 5, if respondent does not receive a medical cannabis retail license or internet retail license, the summary closure shall remain in effect as to respondent. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. The next matter on this agenda is review of an offer in compromise landlord. This is for Friends. I'd already read this. So the offer in compromise for Friends regarding the landlord. So previously on the other agenda, the board approved the offer in compromise for case number 25 ULC 0061 regarding the landlord. So that offer in compromise was approved by the ABC board on the previous agenda. The next case on this agenda, it's a review of a consent order, cease and desist. This is for Smoke Jumpers. This is for case number 24 ULC 00031 and licensed establishment. I therefore make a motion that the consent order regarding this establishment be approved. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So let's now move to our licensing agenda. The first is our licensing agenda, alcohol licensing. The first matter on the licensing agenda is a review application for a new Class CX multi-purpose license facility license. This is for the Treehouse license, CX license number 131472. I make a motion that we refer this matter for fact finding. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. There are 8 other licensees on this agenda. I'm going to read the additional 8. I will make the recommendations, and at the end of the list, I'll ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations made by the chair. So the next one, number 2, review application for a class change from a retailer D hotel to a retailer C hotel. This is for residents in Washington, D.C. Thomas Circle, license number 0397. The recommendation is to placard. Number 3, review request to extend the premises by increasing indoor seating from 20 to 67 and from the summer garden capacity from 120 to 279 and total occupancy load from 120 to 351. This is for June Berry Garage. License number 128445, the recommendation placard. Number 4, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside of the premise only. This is for Central Michael Richard, license number 075607. The recommendation is to placard. Number 5, review application for change of hours to extend operational hours only. This is for AC Lounge, license number 125919, recommendation placard. Number 6, review application change of hours. This is Lincoln Theater, license number 093202, recommendation placard. Number 7, review request to update the license address location to 1301 W Street. This is for Flash, license number 105774, recommendation approval. Number 8, review request for a nonprofit corporation auction permit in order to auction off donated alcoholic beverage products in the Hearts Delight auction event to be held May 9th, 2025. This request is from the American Heart Association, license number 25 auction 00001, recommendation approval. And number 9, review request to remove the entertainment endorsement and summer garden endorsement from the license. This is for Granville Moore's Brickyard, license number 072792, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations made by the chair on the licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Meadows, I second your motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Mr. Grant, moving forward, just give a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you, so you don't have to use your voice, please. Okay, I'll make sure that I'll repeat what your vote is. Okay, thank you, sir. So let's now move to the alcohol supplementary license agenda. There are two items on this agenda. Number 1, I'm going to review both and then I'll make a recommendation. Review application for safekeeping of license. This is for MDP 1338 Wisconsin LLC, license number 131137, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2025. Number 2, review request for disposal permit to transport unopened alcoholic beverage inventory to partner venue, Atlantic Plumbing Beverage Service, license number 099697. The request has been made by E Street Lounge, license number 078307, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations made by the chair on this agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant has voted affirmatively. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Ms. Quinn? Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. Let's move to the cancellation agenda. There are 4 items on the cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following items for the reasons outlined below. Number 1, Thirsty Crow, license number 113535, licensee requested cancellation. Number 2, Makan, MAKAN, license number 113518, licensee requested cancellation. Number 3, Fo 14, license number 098132, licensee request cancellation. Number 4, Boozvilla, Lord of the Drinks, license number 127165, licensee requested cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board cancel these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant has voted affirmatively. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 16 applicants. I will review the name of the applicant, the type of license, the date, the license number, and the total attendees. And I will also provide a recommendation at the end of the list. I'll ask that the ABC board approve the recommendations made by the chair. Number 1, a request from Jenna Smith, a one-day license class F. This is a mixer. This is on March the 11th. The license number is 131522, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 2, another request from Jenna Smith, and Jenna is spelled Jenna. This is for one-day license class F, a mixer. This is on April 9th. The license number is 131523, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 3, another request from Jenna Smith, a one-day license class F, a mixer, April 3rd. License number is 131524, 60 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 4, a request from Kayla, Kayli. The last name is spelled Ottomandeli, a one-day license class F fundraiser. This is March 6th. License number is 13155. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 5, a request from Danielle Rosier, one-day license class F, 60th anniversary Washington Informer. This is March 28th. The license number is 131574. 450 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 6, a request from Benjamin Dukes, one-day license class G, wedding, March 8th. License number is 131340. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 7, a request from Ala, ALAK, Meta, MEHTA, one-day license class G, wedding. This is May 17th. The license number is 131563. 275 attendees, 5 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 8, CH Management Corp, pub crawl. This is a Margarita March. This is April 26th. The license number is 105025, substantial change license 25 PCE 00006. Approval for 2500. Number 9, Bar Crawl Nation LLC, pub crawl, tacos and Marg's Crawl. This is May 4th and May 5th. The license number is 114535. Substantial change licenses 25 PCE 00007. Recommendation for this for 1450. Number 10, Project DC Events Pub Crawl, DC Potter Crawl 2025, May 3rd. License number 105182, substantial change license 25 PCE 00008. Recommendation for approval, it's 1500. Number 11, Project DC Events Pub Crawl, DC Pride Crawl 2025, May 31st. License number is 105182. Substantial change is 25 PCE 00009. Recommendation for approval is 1500. Number 12, Project DC Events Pub Crawl, All American Bar Crawl 2025, June 28th, 2025. License number 105182. Substantial change license 25 PCE 00010. Recommendation for the 1500. Number 13, Project DC Events Pub Crawl. It's a great Oktoberfest Crawl 2025, September 20th. The license number is 105182. License number is 25 PCE 00011. Recommendation for number 13 is 1500. Number 14, Lindy Promotions LLC Pub Crawl. Pride Fest, this is June 7th. The license number is 110455. Substantial change license 25 PCE 00012. Recommendation 3000. Number 15, Lindsay Promotions LLC Pub Crawl. Oktoberfest, September 27th. License number 110455. Substantial change license 25 PCE 00013. Recommendation 3000. Number 16, Lindy Promotions LLC Pub Crawl Nightmare on M, October 25th. The license number is 110455. Substantial change license 25 PCE 00014. And recommendation 3000. So I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve the recommendations made by the chair on this agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant has voted affirmatively. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. So let's do the alcohol license administrative docket. For the alcohol license administrative docket, there are 34 applicants on this docket. And so without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approves the alcohol license administrative docket for Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant has voted affirmatively. Ms. Quinn?
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So now let's go to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On the medical cannabis licensing agenda, there are 9 requests. I will read all 9 applicants. I'll read all 9 and I'll make the recommendations. And at the end of the list, I'll ask that the ABC Board approve the recommendations made by the chair. The first set of licenses are conditional. Number 1, review of social equity. Conditional retail application with delivery and safe use treatment facility for La Bodega DC, license number 129081. Recommendation approval. Number 2, review of standard conditional retailer application with delivery application for Apple Dream Shop Columbia, license number 130846, recommendation approval. Number 3 is a correction of license for standard application for conditional retailer with delivery. This is Apple Dream Shop Columbia, license number 130845. This is a correction of the license number on application number 2. The recommendation is approval. Number 4, which is a standard with licenses with application, review of standard application for retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is for All the Buzz, license number 131535, recommendation placard. Number 6, review of standard application for retail license. This is My Way, license number 131536, recommendation placard. Number 6, review of standard application for internet retail license. This is for Herbal Harvest, license number 127542, recommendation approval. Number 7 these are the social equity with location. Number 7, review of social equity application for retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for Flavorville, license number 128069, recommendation placard. Number 8, review of social equity application for retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for Taste Buds, license number 129546, recommendation placard. Number 9, review of request to approve new packaging labels for medical cannabis flower. This is No Kids Allowed, license number 126724, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations made by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant has voted in favor. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So let's now do the medical cannabis supplemental licensing agenda. There are 3 requests on this agenda. I will review all 3, make some recommendations, and then I will ask at the end of the list that the ABC board approve the recommendations made by the chair. Request number 1, review request for educational tasting endorsement for Wishin Wellness DC, license number 129335, recommendation of placard. Number 2, review request to change application classification from approved standard retailer with location to social equity retailer with location. This is for Greenwell LLC trade name to be determined. License number 130767, recommendation approval. Number 3, review request to switch the approved standard license with location with the approved social equity conditional license with no location. This is for WVC Wellness, license number 127610 and license number 130742, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves the medical cannabis supplemental license agenda with the recommendations made by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant has voted affirmatively. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. That matter passed 5-0. And the last agenda that we have for today, it's a medical cannabis licensing administrative docket. And there is one application on this docket. And so therefore I make a motion without objection that ABC Board approves the medical cannabis administrative docket for March 5th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. Mr. Grant? Mr. Grant has voted affirmatively. Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So we have now disposed of our agenda items for the morning. And so with that, since the board has no further business this morning, the board will be in recess until our 1:30 hearing. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are four other board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon, and so therefore we have a quorum. And so I'll just start calling the cases that are on our afternoon calendar. The first case is case number 24, CMP 00021, 12 after 12, license number 117238. This case has been rescheduled to April 23rd at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 24CC 00024, Rose's Queen Liquors, license number 60822. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise on our legal agenda this morning. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00105, Edgewood International Wine and Spirits, license number 905032. This case has been rescheduled to April 2nd at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00119, Kush Embassy, license number 128107. This case has been rescheduled to March 19th at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00110, Pipe Dreams, license number 127406. This case has been rescheduled to April 23rd at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 PRO 00113, Love 420, license number 129942. This hearing has been rescheduled to March 26th at 1:30 p.m. So the only case that we now have on our calendar this afternoon is case number 24 CC 00013, Virginia Market, license number 119980. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Investigator Mikey Nelson, your access has been elevated. Joe's John Baptiste, your access has been elevated. And we have a call-in user. Access has been elevated. It is all term.
Who's the call-in user? Can the call-in user, can you identify yourself for the record, please? Who's that person? This is 301.
Yeah, hi,
30.
this is Ashu Bala from Virginia Market.
And who are you, and what's your relationship to this case, ma'am?
I'm the owner of the store.
Okay, fine. Okay, thanks. All right.
Okay, so
Hold on 1 minute,
oh,
ma'am. Hold on, please.
sorry, it's my first time. I don't know how it goes. Okay.
All right, Mr. Jean Baptiste, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and board members. I'm Assistant Attorney General Jean Baptiste, JOSEJEAN-BAPTISTE, here on behalf of the district.
Good afternoon. Ma'am, can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am, and your relationship?
Okay, this is Virginia Market LLC. My name is Ashu Bala, and I'm the owner of the store.
Can you spell your name, ma'am?
It's A as in Apple, S as in Sam, HOO. That's my first name, Ashu. Last name is Bala, B as in boy, HALLA.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jean Baptiste, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to raise that or note and object to the licensee or the owner from relying on exhibits and witnesses because they failed to present the witness and exhibit list, which is required under 23 DCMR 1713.2. and they're required to present the witnesses and exhibit lists 7 days prior to the hearing, and the district is not in receipt of any exhibit or witness list.
Okay, thank you. All right, Miss Bala,
Yes.
do you plan to call any? I guess what I'll ask you, how do you plan to defend
I
you? Hold on 1 minute.
yes.
1 minute here.
Okay.
In
Okay.
this particular case, the charges against your establishment is failed to ascertain the primary age. I guess it's that you. How many charges are in this case, Mr. Jean Baptiste? What are the charges?
The charges is sell to an underage minor,
Yes.
and the other charge, however, was failure to ascertain the legal drinking age. At this juncture, we're prepared to present the sale to an underage minor.
Okay, fine. All right, so ma'am. So
Yes.
basically, you were charged with failed to basically selling to a minor on a person selling alcohol to a person under the age of 21. I'm not asking you to give us your defense right now. I'm just asking you, do you plan to call in witnesses? Do you are you stating that you committed the violation or you didn't commit the violations, and you're asking the board to determine what penalty? Because what the government is stating is that you did not provide any witness list to say you're going to call in witnesses to defend yourself. So how do you
Okay.
plan to defend yourself at this
Okay.
hearing, ma'am?
So my defend is only I don't have a witness, but the defend is like I checked the camera. My employee who was there, he's a senior. He's a 70-year-old. He did ask for the ID. He checked the ID. He had a weak eyesight. I think he read it wrong.
Hold on,
We
hold on,
sent him
hold
to.
on. I'm sorry, hold on, ma'am.
Okay.
So the issue regarding checking the ID, that's not an issue. The issue is
He
that
sold
the
it to
person
the minor. I
to the
understand,
minor.
but
All right. All
yes,
right. Okay, so I guess you're just gonna argue. You're just gonna argue. You're the only person who's gonna testify today.
yes.
All right. Well, I know that Mr. Jean
The
Baptiste said.
investigator who was there,
Ma'am,
he.
hold on,
Okay, sorry.
hold
Okay,
on. You'll
okay,
get a chance. You'll get a chance to
okay, okay.
make arguments later on. This is just procedurally. I'm just trying to find out how to
Oh, I
move
don't know. I
forward,
thought you
ma'am.
were gonna decide whatever. Okay.
Well, what we're gonna do? The burden is on the government. The burden is on the government to present a case, and then once the government presents its case, then you then will have an opportunity to present your side of the version. So therefore, um, one of the arguments that was made by the government was that you cannot call in witnesses because you did not put them on notice. So I am I believe maybe you're the only one who's going to testify, and so therefore I will, once the government has presented its case, then you then can present your case to the best of your ability. So if you want to call yourself as a witness, I will put you under oath, and then you can testify, and then we'll move on from there.
Sure. Yes.
Mr. Jean Baptiste, as you are correct, there are no documents or witnesses that are in evidence, but I believe that the owner should be able to testify because that's no surprise to you that the owner. So the only witness that we'll have today is the owner, so she'll testify. Um, there are no documents or witnesses in the record for her to call. So the way this case will move forward is that the government will present its case. Once the government presents its case, then we'll see how Ms. Bala, how she planned to defend her establishment. Okay. Any other preliminary matters that needs to be brought?
Not from the district, Mr. Chairperson.
All right. And so what will happen, ma'am, Ms. Bala, the government
Yes.
will make an opening statement. Once the government makes an opening statement, you can also make an opening statement. That basically you'll just state this is what you plan to prove, or you can defer. You don't have to make an opening statement. You can have the government make an opening statement. The government can call its witness. After the government has called its witness, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine the investigator, which I see Ms. Nelson is on the line. So you will have an opportunity after the government has called her and has asked questions of her, then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of Ms. Nelson. The board will also ask questions of Ms. Nelson. Once the board has asked questions of Ms. Nelson, I will give you another opportunity to ask questions of Ms. Nelson based on the questions that were asked by the board, and then I'll give the government the last opportunity to ask questions. Once the government has called its witnesses, then you can make your opening statement if you so desire, and then you can put your defense on. If you are the only person who's going to testify today, I will swear you in, and then you can state what your position is, and then the board will take this matter under advisement and let you know what our decision is within 75 days after, 90 days after this hearing is concluded today, okay?
Okay, thanks.
And do you have any other questions, ma'am? Excuse me, before we start?
No.
All right, fine. Okay, thanks. All right, so does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, just a brief opening, Mr. Chairperson.
You can go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, board members. We are here today in a show cause matter of Virginia Market located at 1776 U Street, Northwest Washington, D.C. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the sole charge that the licensee sold an alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age in violation of DC Code 25-781A1. The evidence will show that on Saturday, July 29th, 2024, ABCA investigator Micaiah Nelson conducted a compliance check of the establishment with a 17-year-old undercover minor. You will hear from investigator Nelson that at approximately 1 p.m., the UC entered the establishment with his identification and money in his possession. You will see that investigator Nelson entered the establishment and observed the minor at all times inside the establishment. The evidence will show the UC selected two 24-ounce cans of Miller Lite beer and took it to the counter. The evidence will show that the cashier, who is also the ABC manager, ABCA Hossein, asked for the UC's identification, which clearly stated that his date of birth was July 26, 2006. You will learn that after checking the UC's identification, Mr. Hossein requested the total cost of $8.85. You will hear that you hear that the UC paid and Mr. Hossein gave the UC the Miller Lite beers. You will hear testimony that the minor left the store with the beers and then turned the alcohol over to investigator Nelson. Finally, the evidence will show Mr. Hossein identified himself as an ABC manager to investigator Ruiz, and investigator Ruiz informed him that he had sold an alcoholic beverage to a minor. The district filed a show cause notice with charges of selling to a minor, and we have the burden, of course, the burden of proof, and we'll meet the burden at the end of the case. And the government recommends that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code 25-830. The government would also like to note that this is an egregious violation consistent with 23 DCMR 807.1, where the ABC manager saw the ID, which clearly states the minor's date of birth, and so he intentionally sold the alcoholic beverage to a minor. So the penalty should be set at an appropriate amount. Thank you.
Ms. Bala, do you want to make an opening statement now? You can defer until the government has presented this case, and then when you present your case, you can make an opening statement.
Either way, I just have to, to all the members, I just have to defend from my side. I can do it now or whenever you want me to do it.
Yeah, I'll give you an opportunity, ma'am. After the government has presented its case, then you'll have an opportunity to defend yourself. And then what I will do, I will swear you in wants to have you testify.
Sure.
So the government will call its first witness. Once the government has asked questions of the witness, you will then have an opportunity to ask direct questions of that witness also, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Does the government have a witness they wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the government would like to call investigator Micaiah Nelson.
Ms. Nelson, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Your witness, sir.
Investigator Nelson, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. I'm investigator Micaiah Nelson. That is Mikeea, last name Nelson.
Where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
I think we lost him.
I realize that so let's wait for him to come back. Are you back, sir?
Yes, I do apologize to the board. I believe the Wi-Fi rebooted or something, maybe government budget cuts or something.
Mr. Jean Baptiste.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that tells me that you're working from the office. I like the way you said that. So that tells me that you are working from the office. So you can make that statement since you're working from the office, sir. Go ahead. All right.
Yes, I do apologize to the board, Mr. Chairperson. So I do believe I asked, what is your position at the at ABCA, or Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration?
I am an investigator.
Thank you. And how long have you been an investigator?
Approximately 6 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of alcohol licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
Are you familiar with an establishment named Virginia Market?
Yes, sir, I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I have conducted a compliance check, a sell to minor compliance check at the establishment.
And what happened during that compliance check?
During that compliance check, on Saturday, June 29th, I was assigned a list of establishments to conduct sell to minor compliance checks. During this instance, I followed a minor that went in an undercover capacity to purchase an alcoholic beverage.
And when you followed the minor on that Saturday on June 29th, what else happened when you followed them into the establishment?
The minor entered the establishment, went to the back of the store and retrieved two 24-ounce cans of Miller Lite beer, then proceeded to the register and purchased the alcoholic beverage.
And where were you when the minor was purchasing the alcoholic beverage?
I was behind the minor.
And can you tell us, the board members, what exactly happened when the minor went to the counter to purchase? Step by step, what happened?
The minor provided the two 24-ounce cans of Miller Lite beer. He was asked for his ID. He provided a valid ID to the cashier. Then he provided the payment in cash, received his change, left the establishment, and proceeded to the car.
And did you witness the cashier check the ID?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what happened after the minor left the establishment?
The minor turned over the two Miller Lite cans of beer to me.
Investigator Nelson, I'm going to show you a document marked as Government Exhibit 1 for identification. Mr. Chairperson, the government would ask permission to share the screen.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Jean-Baptiste to share screen?
Access has been granted.
Thank you, sir.
Just one moment. My apologies. Investigator Nelson, do you recognize this document?
Yes, sir.
And what is this document?
This is a case report drafted for Virginia Market.
And is it part of your job as an investigator to draft case reports?
Yes, sir.
Just going through the case report now. Investigator Nelson, besides the redactions on exhibits 1, 2, and 3 of your report, is this a fair and accurate representation of the case report that you created for Virginia Market regarding the sale to a minor on June 29, 2024?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I would like, the district would like to note to the board that this is the case report and it is already entered into evidence under 23 DCMR 171310.
You are correct, sir. So moved.
Thank you. Investigator Nelson, directing your attention to exhibits 1 and 2 of the case report. What are these documents?
Exhibit 1 is a full body photo of the minor in the same exact capacity that he entered the establishment.
Thank you. And so it was in the same exact, I'm sorry, can you repeat that for the board? You said it was in what?
The exact capacity that he entered the establishment.
And so when was the photo taken?
The photo was taken on Saturday, June 29th, 2024.
Thank you. And Investigator Nelson, directing your attention to exhibit 3 of the case report, what is this document?
That is a redacted version of the ID provided to the establishment that the minor used to purchase the alcoholic beverage.
Okay, and what type of identification is this?
This is a United States passport.
And you did state that this is a redacted version, but I'm pretty sure you were able to see the actual version. And what did this passport state was the minor's birthday?
The minor's birthday is July 26, 2006.
Thank you. Investigator Nelson, directing your attention to exhibit 4 of the case report. What is this photo?
That is a photo of the 2 Miller Lite canned beers that was purchased by the minor.
Investigator Nelson, it's directing your attention to Exhibit 5 of the case report. What is this document?
This is an evidence transmittal form.
Investigator Nelson, and directing your attention to Exhibit 6 of the case report. Can you please tell us what this what is this document?
That is a cell to minor notification form.
And what is the cell to minor notification form?
This is the form that was provided to the ABC manager on duty, notifying them that they sold an alcoholic beverage to a minor.
Investigator Nelson, directing your attention to Exhibit 7 of the case report. What is this document?
This is a regulatory inspection form.
No further questions at this time.
Ms. Bala, do you have any questions of the investigator?
Yes, the only question I would have, I do agree the incident happened, but I want to ask Ms. Nelson, the employee who was there was an older gentleman there? And was he wearing any glasses?
I apologize, ma'am, but I don't recall his age or if he had glasses or not.
Okay, that's it. And then I can defend it now, my case?
No, ma'am, not yet, not
Okay.
yet, ma'am. That's the
Okay.
only question you have. You have for the
Yeah, and
investigator.
and then because she did admit that he checked the ID, so that's it.
That's not an issue, ma'am. You're not charged with the government is not pursuing that charge that the ID was not checked. So the only issue that's here today is whether or not the sale was made to a person who is
It
not
was
21
made.
years.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that's
I understand. Yeah.
okay. All right, fine, thanks. So Ms. Nelson, any questions by any board members? No. Ms. Nelson, I guess maybe Mr. Jean-Baptiste, do me a favor, please. Can you said you had the passport. Can you put the passport back up on the record? I mean, share your screen, please, with the passport, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, just one moment. Let's share that.
So, can you tell me, Miss Nelson, specifically, what's listed in the passport as the date of birth? Just for the record, what's specifically written?
Specifically on the passport, it is
Yeah.
written 26 July 2006, in that order.
Okay. And all right, I don't have any. You can close your screen, please. Let me see. All right, I don't have any other questions. Okay. Ms. Bala, do you have any questions of the witness based on the question that I just asked?
No.
No. Mr. Jean-Baptiste, any redirect?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
All right, Ms. Nelson, thank you very much. Are you there, Ms. Nelson? Ms. Nelson?
Yes, I believe she's frozen. She did send, I think she's back.
Okay, I'm back. I apologize.
All right, Ms. Nelson. There are no more questions for you. So thank you for your appearance today, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have a great day.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jean-Baptiste, does the government rest?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the government rests.
All right. Where's Ms. Bala? Ms. Bala?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
All right. You're the only person who's going to testify. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I need you, although I can't see you, but I need you to raise your right hand. Let me know when you have your hand raised, ma'am.
My hand is raised.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Only the truth.
All right, ma'am. So you're going to testify And then once you're done, Mr. Jean Baptiste will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, ma'am, okay?
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank
ma'am.
you for thanks for giving me the chance to just testify. I do admit that the whole incident did happen. And my only defense is the employee who was there. He's a senior 70-year-old guy who works there. His intention was really never to sell anything to minor. He did ask for the ID. With his old age, he did not read the year right. And after that incident, we sent him to the doctor, and doctor has given the prescription, which I have it with me, which state he had a bad eyesight. And the only thing I can request, $2,000 is too high for the small mom and pop store to pay. And he did made a mistake, but I only in his defense is the poor guy had a bad eyesight, which he didn't even know. So after all of that, because I went back and I showed my ID to him and he read it wrong. And that's when we realized that he is not able to read it right. And we sent him to the doctor. And he was given a prescription. He wears the glasses now. It's been a year. We have not gotten any other, ticket. We never had it before. So I can only say, if you can consider this and give me a break, because that is a really high amount for the store to pay. We don't even make that much money in that store.
Mr. Jean Baptiste, do you have any questions of the witness?
Not at this moment, Mr. Chairperson.
Any questions by any board members? Miss Bala, how long has this
Yes.
person been working for you, ma'am?
He has been there in I would say about like 2 years, a little more than 2 years.
So you have a person who's working there for 2 years. You're saying he
Yeah,
has
but
good
now,
eye.
as of now, yes.
When was this? I guess this infraction. This occurred.
Last year in
I guess in
June.
July. So when he,
Oh,
so as of July 29th, 2024, how long was this person working for you, ma'am?
I really need to look the employment. I can get back with you, but off my head, I would say maybe he started in 23 sometime, but I don't remember the exact month, but I can check and I can let you know.
Well, it's either you either provide an answer now or that's it. Now I'm just asking a question. So at the time he was working, he probably has been working for your establishment at least for a year, I guess.
I mean, as I said, at that time, yes. Yeah, a
At
year.
the time, or so this
Yes,
happened
incident happened. Yes, for a year.
in July. So he has been working for a year.
Yes.
And
Mm.
so
And
hold on, ma'am. So you're saying that he had poor eyesight. So how? So what are his duties and responsibilities in your establishment?
I mean, he receives the delivery, he even stocks, and he is a cashier. But I can only say one thing. I am a 58-year-old woman. When your eyesight goes bad, it just goes over the period. It goes really fast. At the age of early 50, I got cataract in both eyes, which I did not even know. I could not see. I went to the MBA to get my license renewed. That's when I realized I cannot see. They told me they're not going to give me the license. I went to the doctor and they said, "Oh my God, your cataract is so high." And I'm like, I'm only like 50. And this has just suddenly happened. So with my own, because I'm very sensitive about eyes, because a lot has happened with my own eyes. So that is the only reason I can relate to him, that it happened, but his eyesight was weak at that time. Maybe when he joined, he was fine, but it just happened, and that's how I realized it. And that is the reason I sent him, because I am sensitive about the eyes, and for anybody. because a lot has happened with my own eyes. So that is only, yeah. So that's the only
ma'am,
thing I can defend. Yes.
but he's a cashier for you. You said that he operates a cash
He's
register.
a cashier. Yes, yes, he is
So
a cashier.
so if he had a bad vision, so how do you know that he was selling the products for the right price if you're saying that he has?
You know, we scan everything. Everything is scan based. It's not like he's ringing anything. And his eyesight is not weak. With the date of birth, he read the year wrong. But it's when you're counting the money or anything, it's a bigger bills that you can count right. And you scan everything. And he's taking the bills and he's doing all of that. And I'm sure he might have made mistake even in that. But as soon as we figured out, we did send him to the doctor. And the doctor, as prescribed him, give a prescription glasses to him.
All right. Any questions? All right, Mr. Jean-Baptiste, any questions of the witness based on the question that was asked by me? You're on mute, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. I just have a couple quick questions. Thank you. So has one second. Miss is a shoe, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So
No,
the
Miss
shoe has
Miss Bala.
Miss Bala, Miss
Yeah,
okay,
Ashu is her
Bala?
first name.
Miss Bala has Virginia Market been in violation of this same regulation before?
No.
And so you would say this is and you're saying this is the first time that Virginia Market has received a violation for selling to a minor?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Miss Bala, is there anything else you need to say in your defense at this
No.
juncture, ma'am? All right. What I'm going to do,
No.
ma'am, is that, all right, the government is going to give a closing argument, and then after the government gives this closing argument, you're going to make a closing argument. And so what is your closing argument is that you're going to tell the board what is it you want us to do, okay?
Oh,
All right,
okay.
so that's what your closing argument should be. So Mr. Jean-Baptiste, closing, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would like to also share my screen to show the investigative history, if that's okay with the board.
You can, I mean, whichever one you want to do, sir. It's not necessary. I mean, you can state what it is.
Thank you. Just one moment. Members of the board, this is a simple case. The government has proven by substantial evidence that the licensee sold an alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age. We heard from Investigator Nelson that on Saturday, June 29th, 2024, ABCA investigator Micaiah Nelson conducted a compliance check of the establishment with a 17-year-old undercover minor. At approximately 1 p.m., the minor entered the establishment and picked up 2 cans of beer and took it to the counter. We also heard from Investigator Nelson that the cashier looked at the minor's identification and advised him that the price was $8.85. The minor paid the cashier and left the store with the beer. The government has therefore proven the charge in the notice to show cause. The government has proven that this is an egregious sell to a minor violation where the ABC manager saw the minor's identification which had the date of birth and sold the alcoholic beverage anyways. The government recommends that the board apply a fine of no less than $2,000, suspension determined by the board, an alcoholic beverage training, and any other penalty consistent with DC Code 25-830. I would also like to note that a warning has already been given to this establishment on the date of April 16th, 2022, case number 22 CIT 00181. They failed to ascertain the legal drinking age with this charge. And so, as I stated before, this is an egregious violation, and I would ask that the board, of course, do apply the fine of no less than $2,000.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bala, what is it that you want the board to do?
I just want to address to the board, please do consider that we are a very small business owner and we just survive having just that business running for my family. $2,000 is really high for me. And consider that there was a genuine mistake made by my employee who could not see and who was a senior who could not read the date of birth, right? But his intentions were not to sell to the minor. So if you could consider that and not to fine me for $2,000, and if you can really reduce by $500, I would really appreciate that. That's it.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. All right, the record is now closed. So let me do this. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24CC 00013 Virginia Market, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24CC 00013 Virginia Market for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call motion before us now that has been seconded. Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant has voted in favor. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows. I cannot hear you, Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. The board will take this matter under advisement. Will issue a decision within 90 days. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Have a great day.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
that's
Chairperson.
awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let me see. We're now at the end of our calendar for the day, so let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on March 12th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for March 12th, as published in the DC Register on March 7th. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us. Now it has been seconded. Mr. Grant? Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. As it appears that the matter has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the board members who participated in our hearings today and the members of the public who participated in our hearings. So since we're now adjourned for the day, I ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Good afternoon and thank you.